Sticky fingers, and don't forget the name. And cause it's all the same. Cocaine, and I forget my name. See, I raise a rebel to release some chain. Hello everyone. How are we? I hope we're doing fantastic. We're going to be playing a little bit of this Stanley Parable. Just purchased it. It's an Ultra Deluxe version. I played this when it first came out for about 15 minutes. Didn't really play it all that much, but I know it's a really good game and really fun. So this is the fucking time to get into it and have a little bit of a laugh and a little bit of good times and all that kind of stuff. Let's do it. I hear there's just multiple endings because you cannot listen to the guy. It's all commentated or some shit. So we'll see what happens. We'll put English subtitles on. Have you played Stanley Parable before? I'm just going to say no. Please adjust the slider. Looks good. Enter my current time. 9. Why did it change to PM? $9:55. So that must obviously come into it. Field of view, camera sensitivity, language, English subtitles, translation labels. Alright. Begin the game. The end is never the end. Keep that in mind, people.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor at his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley's a happy boy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
He's got like a bit of a slide to him. Oh, the camera sensitivity needs to go up. Oh, fuck. Maximize that thing. Beautiful.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
heading to the meeting room. Annoying, what's going on? Is the stream heaps choppy? What the heck? Why is it doing that? Annoying, how are you, brah? Here we go. Why is it doing that? What's good? Not much, my friend. Not much. Just you know, just chilling. Back from work. I leave again on Wednesday. Okay, this stream is getting heaps choppy. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna restart this because this is. I don't know why my Elgato seems to be not working correctly. I'll try something else. Seems very, very choppy. Okay. Yes, the quality of that looks way better. Here we go. We're on. Yes, Ryu, how are you? Yes, I am playing this fever dream of a game. I've never played it before. Alright, there we go. The quality of the game should be a lot better. Hopefully. Hopefully! Alright, let's get into this. Someone's playing solitaire in there. How are you, Ryu?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Alright, yeah, fair enough then. I get ya. I understand. Annoying and Ryu, how are you? How are you both?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You're doing alright, eh, Ryu? That's good. Good to hear. How am I doing? I'm doing fantastic, to be honest with you. Yeah, I've got 3 more days off and then I fly back out to work again, so then I'll be gone for another 2 weeks. But I'll try and stream every day for that till then because my girlfriend will be at work, so I have the time to do so. Been playing any games, Ryu? Oh shit, no I didn't. Sorry, I forgot about that. I'll do that next. Left or right? Going right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Oh, fuck.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yeah, perhaps you're right. I did want to do that. Let's find out where I'm going.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Alright, yeah, fair enough.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I hear there's heaps of different things. Stanley took the first door on his left. No, I want to go this way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Ooh,
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Okay. Yeah, already? It's my first run through. It's like, this fucking guy's not listening to shit I'm saying, bro. If you keep pressing A, it just sounds like he's on a typewriter. That looks fucked. Oh, what? Oh! Fucking why did that scare the shit out of me?
You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
What if I don't? Can I unplug it?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
Yeah, fucking A, I
It
did.
wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll.
I don't know how that scared
Not
me.
picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
It's the best part of being a real person, but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make Remember that, like here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Alright, yeah, fair enough. This is pretty good so far, actually. I love that he lectures you, yeah, 100%,
Making
eh?
choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside.
That's true.
At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. Not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Oh, he wants me to go back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like...
Your choices are meaningful. We can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Oh, they put a parry in there.
Dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Yeah, so this is the Ultra Deluxe version, so there's even more now. There's even more stuff in this one, which is pretty cool and exciting. Even though I don't even know what there was in the first place, but... Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. They definitely do. Right at home, forklifts everywhere.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
Yeah, 100%, I know what you're talking about.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
It just started glitching.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
This is pretty cool. In Watch Dogs, which one? Number 1, 2, 3. Probably Legion, yeah?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let it ball up inside. Take it. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in a header and throw some blue. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Oh. I want to see more about this. Oh, you haven't played Legion? I don't even remember a forklift in 1 and 2. I've definitely played 1 and 2.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Fucking hell, what is my boss living?
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I feel like it's a game where if you leave the controller, something's going to happen. Yeah.
Code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
I am the most expensive boss.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Alright. Shark 115.
Fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
The end.
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You can't be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? You listening to this? Stanley, are you there?
Stanley, you there?
It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Mad to desperate so fast, eh?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Multiple endings.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Beautiful. Straight in.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
For not playing this game for 5 years. How do you look up achievements? Yeah, there's probably something.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Oh, this is different.
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
What's going on? By sheer luck, yeah.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of
No worries,
no
Reggie.
consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Oh! No!
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated, as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh, I didn't get killed. The narrator's a chick now.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
So, there must be multiple. Fourth wall break within a fourth wall break, yeah. It's a completely different credit layout. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realised shortly after starting to build it, it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Fair enough. Ultra Deluxe announcements. In 2017, we announced Ultra Deluxe games. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement of the game's delay. narrator's emails. The lounge room. The apartment timer. The apartment? I haven't been into the apartment. Alright, so there's heaps more I can do. Stanley's office. Game design mock-up. The countdown desk. There's fucking heaps more in this game, bro. Monitor room elevator.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your Xbox. There's no other way to beat this game.
Turn off my
As long as
Xbox.
you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
There's probably a way to escape that. I probably do actually have to turn off the Xbox. Back at the start.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
That fight in the aliens thing would have been funny. Lol, it has a voice line for every console.
Stanley came to a set
Yeah.
of two open doors.
100%.
He entered the door on his left.
Alright, well this time I'll actually listen to the old mate instead of going down the escape line.
Yeah,
Fuck.
there was not a single
So,
person here.
I can
either.
skip that whole
Feeling a
line
wave of
and you just
disbelief,
miss
Stanley
out on that
decided
shit.
to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley
Oh.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's a downstairs area now. This was blocked off before.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations.
I'm going around in circles.
Why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Yeah.
They were simply repeating. No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Oh fuck, I am
Then
too.
he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all...
I disagree with that, Ryu. I've definitely had very lucid dreams, and I know that I'm dreaming, and I've thought about that as well. I know when I'm dreaming. It's weird. It's cool. Once you realize that, you can start to have really cool lucid dreams. Control the shit. It's weird. Yeah, it looks like more things unlock as I go. Yeah, you're right.
Very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams. The truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
It gives you shit for not doing things right, eh? It's pretty fucking funny. I've had these dreams, but never lucid enough to say I'm dreaming and not wake up. Also, I haven't dreamed in a long time. Bro, I dream all the time now, man. I fucking have hectic dreams. They're so lucid. I'm in full control, and I know I've definitely been in a dream going, I'm dreaming, and continue on doing shit. It's weird, but once the first few like hectic ones, you're not in control, but then sometimes you eventually take control. It's weird. I don't know how to explain it. Man, this game is fucking cool, man. How there's just all this different shit.
Single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
See, it's weird that this has a different office now. Because that other one had like a speaker or some shit.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
Oh, 45.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Oh, yeah. So I'm sure I'll get another chance at doing that. Have you played this before, Ryu?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
That was the one where the death came from. Alright, we're going to the mind control facility.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Ooh, oh.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
We're 274, I think we are. $274. Oh, we're not getting watched.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Oh my
For
god.
he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Let's see if I can open up this shit. Here I am! There's Bandit! How are you, Bandit? So we can disable the controls. You're great, fantastic. That's good to hear. What have you been up to? Been up to much? Okay, so it looks like we have to go into the mind control facility. Facility power. Into the facility. Oh, we're gonna have to press all the buttons. Mind control idle, awaiting input. Well, let's have a look, shall we?
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Are you talking about alcoholic drink? Or just a drink in general? Because, okay. Fuck. That's a tough one. You've put me in a position. If I was to go any drink, oh fuck, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know I don't know what my favorite drink would be. Fuck, it'd be. I like a vodka pineapple. Vodka pineapple's pretty nice. I don't know whether it's my favorite drink. My favorite juice is pineapple juice. My favorite soft drink is Coca-Cola. My favorite alcohol would be vodka. So I think you could put that one together. Oh shit, Akaya did it. Did it not give you a notification? What the fuck? That's annoying as. Sorry, I should have announced it online. I'm gonna turn it on.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? They kept you enslaved all these years. You go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation.
Of course I did.
That this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Oh,
It's your
fuck.
time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time.
Oh, I gotta
left
look
to
for
enjoy it.
number one.
Mere moments until the bomb goes off.
Oh, fuck.
Precious moments, each one of them.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, so, have you ever seen this game, Akaya? Can Stanley defuse a bomb? I think it's those numbers on the wall, so I'm going to have to go 1, 2, and 3. 4, 5. So I know where 5 is, I know where 3 is.
More time to talk about you, about me.
Please be
Where
1.
we're going.
Fucking hell. I don't have long at all.
Where to start.
Please be 1, please be 1. 4, fuck!
Where your co-workers are. A moment of solace before you're obliterated.
Oh, shit, man. I'm not going to fucking get this, bro.
You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what
Alright.
happened to them. I
1,
erased them. I turned off the machine.
2.
I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever,
3.
pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Fuck, I can get this.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say,
4.
this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. but I'm sure whatever I come up with
Surely.
on the next go around will be even better.
5.
My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
Oh, fuck
I'm
off.
enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Hit button
Did you just
3.
assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it on?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it was
Running
fucking...
from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. This big red button.
That's what I'm fucking pressing on.
Anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video
Press
game
button
can be
3?
done? One solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along.
1?
It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world.
5?
Fine.
Am I... I don't think I'm doing anything right, eh?
You can't.
Goodbye, employee team 427.
That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that's what I get for pressing the off button. Yeah, this is fucking good, eh? Yeah, I've never played it before. I never even played the first version of it. So everything is brand new to me.
What did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hey, Ryu, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go right and go answer that phone call. Remember the phone call that I hung up on?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, I'm going to the right,
This was
bruh.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow.
What's this
This
room?
room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh, see? I never did that one either. There's heaps of different fucking options, man. Nah, but there's a phone back here that I want to answer.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in
I had a
someone...
full monologue, did I?
But the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
I feel like saying your favourite
So
drink.
you've been
It's so hard to say what's your favourite thing anymore because it's like, what's your favourite movie? Oh, that's fucking difficult. I don't know my favourite music. What's your favourite song? I don't know my favourite song. I love heaps of different songs. You know what I mean? You've never had an alcoholic drink in your life? Yeah, well, my favourite is alcoholic for sure. Very education. Yeah, there you go. But you know what I mean. You can't fucking. There's no single choices now.
Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Oh,
I'm not asking, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
oh god, get the fuck out of here. Damn it, I wanted to answer that phone. I thought that was going to be a fucking ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Treasure Planet! Wow, fuck, I haven't watched Treasure Planet in years. I'm going to turn this aircon on. It might be a bit loud. Let me know if you guys can hear it, and if it's too distracting, I'll turn it off. If it's too loud, let me know.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
How many endings are there,
The
Akaya?
lounge was sublime, a work of art. What but
I'm saying it wrong. Ica.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
It's not that bad? Alright, sweet. But can you hear it?
Stanley was so bad at
Or am I a little bit better?
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult.
Oh!
It is that the
I reckon you can drop onto that platform.
You all this time. This
Yes, you should be able to fall onto that platform.
someone you've forgotten about.
Ah.
Trying to make every decision.
There's going to be another way around it.
I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley.
Yeah.
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
This part scared the shit out of me last time. I don't know why that scared me.
So, Stanley, you need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her.
Oh, there's 48 different
Truly
endings.
place your faith
Oh, in the new
another.
one, okay.
Then pick up the phone.
It's probably going to be Maria or something, that chick. Your favourite song at the moment is Hand Me My Shovel, I'm Going In by Will Hood. And the Tapeworm's favourite movie, Joker 2019.
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right.
Yeah, oh fuck. I don't even know what my favourite movies
I
are.
want you to come in and tell me.
I'll consider the Lord of the Rings trilogy as one movie, but that's the extended ones. That goes for about 12 hours. That's one collection of movies that I fucking love. I watch those on a yearly basis. I love the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy. I reckon they're the best Spider-Mans anyway. I know they're old, but fuck, I grew up watching those shit. I don't know, other stuff I'm not too, I don't know. There are heaps of other movies. Colour Out of Space with Nicolas Cage, that's a fucking really good one. My favourite songs, I don't know. A New Beginning by Wolfie's Just Fine's pretty good. It's pretty chill. But apart from that, I'm not too sure.
All again.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, Employee 2.0. Press B on your controller. How about fucking no? I'm slowly making my top favourite single player games, and I forgot how much I adore Fallout New Vegas. Yes, that's fucking one that I'm gonna download and have a go of, because I've never played that one either. I've never played Fallout New Vegas, so that's definitely on my list.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him.
It was a dick move by the narrator.
Pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Oh fuck, I'm pressing buttons. I'm pressing the buttons that he's been telling me to do on the computer. That's my job. Oh fuck, I pressed A on accident.
Doing exactly what he's told to do.
Oh, the room's
Now
changed.
he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen his life.
He's a small dick, short man syndrome with fucking big dick, with little dick problems. Loves to chat.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown. fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
I never played. Actually, you know what? I tried Fallout 4. That was my first Fallout. Didn't like it. Didn't fucking like it. I think the only Bethesda game that I've ever finished was Skyrim, and I got the Platinum Trophy on that one. And then the Wolfenstein games. And apart from that, man, I can't think of any other ones. I didn't like Fallout 4. I hear Fallout 3 is really good, and New Vegas, so I'll have to give those a go at some point. And I tried that Outer Wilds from the makers of New Vegas. I wasn't really into that, so...
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
Oh, he's narrating the start.
Excited him terribly.
Please press A to spend time with the boys. Yes, please.
He went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Press A to hang out with the boys. That's fucking great. I love it. Oh, you got the Platinum on Skyrim as well. Fuck, man. The worst thing about that, when I was doing that, I would have been about... How old am I now? I'm 26. When did that game come out? Probably 12 years ago or something? I can't remember. It was like one of my, I think maybe my third Platinum. And I had all the trophies except for the Thieves Guild. Except for the Thieves Guild storyline. And then I played a lot of video games when I was younger, and my dad wanted me to get it outside. One day I was playing it, he came in and unplugged the PlayStation and corrupted my whole save data, and my whole PlayStation had to be wiped. The only time it ever happens if you unplug something incorrectly, like wiped all my save data, so I had to play the whole game again to get that trophy. So I platinumed it twice, basically. Yeah, no, Skyrim I fucking loved when I played it. That was when I was early days, and I'd sit there and play the same game for ages. Now I fucking can't do it, man. If it's too open, it's too big, I can't do it. Like, I tried Horizon Forbidden West. I haven't even gone back to it, eh? I might just fucking trade it in, because it's too much.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Press A to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if
Yeah, 100%. Drinking a wine, telling us a story. That dog for sure.
just one more time.
And I'll tell my wife I love her. Darling, I love you.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing's changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one.
Alright, go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world, he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Fuck you, I'm doing it. Ah!
See? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
I'm not going to do it now. I won't press it. I get so sucked into it's just fun watching my friends and viewers watch me completely play the game wrong. Oh, fucking A. I 100% get that. It's so hard to make, because most of them are just full of shit now. It's just shit. Like, make a good storyline instead of talking to someone. It's like, can you go get my necklace that I lost? Then you get the necklace, you bring it back, and you get some numbers. You know, you get some numbers XP. It's boring, bro. I'm so over it. And like, I do like him 100%, but I'm just, yeah, I'm over it.
Suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. I don't make the rules.
Climb a tower, climb another tower.
This
Climb the fucking tower!
so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him.
Activate the fucking thing.
I must.
Sorry, I'm just gonna turn the aircon to face me. Oh, that's so much better. Fucking hell, it's got so hot in my room.
Well, maybe this time we'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again. Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Please die. So that was from answering the phone. Alright. So there's 2 more paths down that way. I'm going to jump from the platform and land on that thing.
Already this was uncomfortable. And Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Is the aircon too loud, or can you hear me okay? Is it distracting? Please let me know.
Oh,
What the hell?
new content? What does that mean, new content?
Oh. Fuck, we haven't even done the normal shit yet. New content, baby! Beautiful, thank you.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
I haven't even seen the full game yet! No, but this is cool. We're gonna go through a lot of different
Well,
shit.
so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
I like how they introduced the new content. It's just through a door.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh my god, there's jumping now.
It's
Ah! I'm only joking.
Surely that's not content. There has to be something else, right?
Oh fuck! I thought it was gonna give me something.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes, I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fans a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
Fucking A!
Started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. I could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Yeah, that's where you'd normally walk into, the office.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something. Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. You're a dork anyway, so who cares?
So this must continue the original. Alright, we'll go see.
Oh, never mind. You're not a dork.
Oh, never mind. The end is never the end. This is the end. My only friend, the end.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special, and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Oh, hello.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
The memory zone. Oh god. Excuse me, sorry. Memory, sweet memory.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how
It's the
wonderful
Steam.
Stanley Parable was?
Pressure gas!
With a cheap Xbox port. Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Anesthesia, man. Oh, so they actually won awards and shit, did they? Oh, they just taped their name onto that fucking thing. Wait, but this is the steam menu, and they called it, instead of steam, pressurized gas. Mozilla Firefox. Fuck off. Good times. I haven't even gone through the proper game yet. Should I be doing the DLC right now, or should I... If I get a chance to go back and die, should I wait? I guess it's not going to really matter, is it? It can all meld... It's all probably going to meld in. Yeah, it's fine, yeah. Yeah, I figured.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art.
That's not what Jim Sterling sounds like.
Succeeds to be every game
Hello.
ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created.
Holy
It
fuck!
was Skyrim.
It was Skyrim!
Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Fuck, they're tooting their own horn in this one, aren't they? They just keep showing awards and shit. How athletic would I say I am? Oh, look, I can... Like, I can't... I'm obviously not as good as I was back in high school, but I... Like, my work, like, I drive forklifts and stuff, but I labour as well. Like, I can do, like, sprints and shit, if that's what you're talking about. I go to the gym, not as much as I would like to, but I can go to the gym and do a fair bit. What about you, bro? How athletic are you? Oh, fuck. Why? Do a backflip? How the fuck am I going to do a backflip right here? Shit, I've got a fan on the roof. Oh, fuck! I can backflip as well. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to have to land on my bed. Because I can't do a standing one. I'm going to have to land on my bed somehow. You've made this difficult. This is a hard one to do. Fuck. What have you done to me? I'm going to hit the fan. I don't know how to do it. Take a big swig of vodka. I don't have any vodka on me. I would absolutely do that one. That one's fucking easy. I just can't do a backflip thing. I've got my fan up there. I'd backflip onto my bed. Fuck, I don't even have any vodka on me. I might have some tequila. I think it's an expensive tequila. Yuck, I'm so not about this, man. Oh, I'm feeling sick already. Oh. Yuck, man.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the Xbox. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise. These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That tequila was fucked.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, aye.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Funny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Fuck off, we're going through the bad reviews of this game.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. To be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Yeah. What an awful memory to have to...
Fucking hell, that tequila warms me up so much, man. It's making me sick thinking about it. Don't fucking make me drink alcohol like that again.
Hold on to.
it was no. It just I don't really like the flavour of tequila, man. It always reminds me of bad nights where I get too fucked up.
These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
What did this
I
person
feel
say?
Like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
While the idea for the game is good, it becomes very repetitive and boring fast despite all the alternative endings, and game cameo appearances. Oh, what's the game cameo appearances? This game is titled Thought-Provoking, but you will get the idea. It tries to communicate pretty fast, and then it is just repeating the whole no choice in games thing over and over again. For somebody who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast, as it is neither a revelation nor very interesting. It is thought-provoking only in the first few minutes. It's just tequila, man. Like, I had tequila, I had no lime then. It was ugh.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Akaya, are you there?
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video. Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a faultless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go, poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie Nine will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works. Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is who runs pressurized gas will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review so that the feature is not widely used. Look, I would even be okay with pressurized gas altering this particular review so that it reads as something more benefit. From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality. How else to describe the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe? Such a revolutionary step forward in the lineage of one of the most beloved video game properties of all time. The additions and changes made to this expansion will surely resonate in the annals of the history of all media ever made. It is perhaps true to say that no mistakes are forever etched in stone, for the stone into which the Stanley Parable was carved has itself been transmuted, offering a message of hope to... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes?
Oh no.
Unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, huh? Me talking, you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking. It isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. Nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know.
He's left me now, he's left me.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. He's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world, as though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires. Every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes!
Wow,
It
that's
seems
fucking
that
real.
This is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. The end is never the end, 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 is
The building's starting to fall apart. Now it's daytime. Akaya! Aika, sorry. It's the skip button. We're skipping years and years now. Oh, fuck. What is the loneliest number that you... Fuck is going on out there, eh? Oh no, the button's down. We can get out. Oh my god. Let's see if I can press that button again before I go too far. Fuck. Is that the DLC?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
What, is that the extra? Look, I haven't played this game before, so that's fine with me. I don't give a fuck, but... I'm gonna do the regular stuff. We'll go back to the new content later.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I want to drop down. I want to drop down on that platform.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first but eager to get back to business.
He does have different dialogue now. He does have different dialogue. Alright, let's try and land on this platform.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Taking a look around, seeing what's going on right now.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I'm not Stanley, brother.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Fuck, he won't let me do the blue!
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think,
Stopped.
well, I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
Oh, cool.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Kidney stolen ending. Oh, so beautiful. That's trippy, bro. Oh, fuck.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Fuck you, I'm going, narrator.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Let's see if he says something if I'm going back down.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there, hmm? Just stay here.
Nope, we're meant to die. Let's do it.
we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you?
Nothing, bitch. See you later, Sarah!
Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, no, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Fuck you. I'm not listening to you, narrator.
Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
That's correct.
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask.
Born to die.
Yes, after all. Well, this one is yours.
Do you reckon there's something else out there that I should have checked? But no, I reckon it is. It's a dying ending.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Woo! Just gonna quickly go to the toilet. Born to be wild. All right.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
He fully is changing up his dialogue now. No worries, no worries. I'll see you soon, Ryu. See you soon, Ryu.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So, is there a way, Aika?
There was not a single
Aika.
person here either.
Is there a way to defuse that bomb?
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Surely there is a way.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he wait? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Yeah, fuck. I would have no idea how to defuse that because there was so much shit going on. But I've never just activated it, so I might just give it a little bit of an activation. See how that goes. Okay, you gonna stay around for long? I'm gonna play Silent Hill after this.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible
Beautiful.
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought.
Sounds good.
Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No.
No, he couldn't accept it!
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
Oh.
Happy or sad.
I'm gonna
or
press
content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his
Off.
past began
I'm gonna
to
turn it
sink
off.
in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Dun dun dun! It probably turned me off.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Is that the good ending? No, that's not the ending. Oh, I did! I got an achievement for finishing it. What? Marins! Holy fuck, it has been a while. Holy shit. How are you?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Far out, it's been ages, Marins. How are you, brother? Sister? Brother, sister? Yeah, not bad, eh? Just been working my absolute arse off. I do 2 weeks of work now, and then I get 1 week off. So I have no time to stream in those 2 weeks when I'm away. But then, yeah, when I get back, I can do a week of streaming. Do you have Discord, Marins? Because I keep up to date with everyone, so I'll let you guys know that when I'm streaming or not. Wait. Ica.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
You do? How do I send you my Yeah, if you add that, and then I'll add you to the Discord chat.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Beautiful. Wait, Ica.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Wait a minute, what's this then? There's more to this, bruh.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
No, I just finished the game, but how many other endings have I missed out on? So we'll go through.
No, it's to the right, my mistake.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
There's 42 endings. Oh, fuck. I swear I've gotten about... maybe 10?
Down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
So 42 endings on the original game, and then...
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
Oh, there's 20 in the original. Okay.
So far off track, Okay. From the top.
So that's one of the endings.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, so...
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... What, did something change?
Oh.
Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
How do I... Add Marins. There you go. Yeah, sweet. I'll send you an invite to the Puma's Mate server. Oh, this is completely different.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, because the new content thing isn't there. With the new content door.
Okay, yep, it's worse.
Ah.
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Yeah, if you insist, my friend. Going back to our office.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Alright. Oh yeah, Marins, can you defuse that bomb? Is that possible? Oh fuck.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Yes!
Congratulations!
Yes!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win.
Oh, so you can't defuse it.
Fair
Okay.
and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
I win! Woo-hoo-hoo!
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Oh, this isn't normally where we go. Oh, we're in a new section now. Ooh, child, things are gonna get
See,
easier.
the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office,
Oh, God.
is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there.
Ah.
Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Get fucked.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this firm will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Do not emote me. What? What did you write? Banger? What a beat? What a beat. You probably wrote what a beat. I don't know.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No.
Oh, fuck
Nine,
yeah, we are
you do
too.
know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
None of it's really making any fucking sense, so... We will figure it out.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're
True.
intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
It's fucking cool, man. Like, this is a
exciting.
this is a
Just me and
cool-
Stanley forging a new path,
cool
a
thing.
new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
just multiple ending shit. Ah, now we're going around in a circle. I don't know. Well, we were for a second there. We're gonna walk back straight through the office.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and you should be fine.
I can't remember which one this was. Was this when I went down?
A choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin.
Oh.
So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits. Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this?
Well, we can find out, won't we?
No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm
Yeah.
not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope
All
that's
right.
where we are right now.
Fair
We'll
enough.
find out, won't we?
We will.
In the
Eventually.
meantime, if you... The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
We didn't do 8 restarts either there, though. So I think this is still one of the endings. So, an ending is with credits, yeah?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Or when it
This was not the
is a
correct way to the
is a
meeting room.
restart.
Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Oh, a restart
He
is an
stopped
ending.
by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Only 2 of them have credits. Well, I've done 2 credit endings
The
actually.
lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Oh, okay. So this just puts you back on track.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave
I'm
of
pretty
frustration,
sure down in that
decided to go up
bottom
to his
room,
boss's office.
there was
Quickly
another.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No, there was one where I was on top of the roof, and Stanley had to choose between the left and right door, and I was looking down at Stanley, and then the credits started showing, and then I did the actual proper ending where I turned the machine off, and both of those had credits. Oh, there is another ending where this room changes to like you walk up the stairs. You've got to say something into the monitor. I think I have to do that when I pull the cable out.
Dark secrets, the keypad, Stanley pushes some buttons.
Ah!
Passageway. Pure surprise.
Fuck, alright, yeah, sweet, thank God. Yeah, the phone one, yeah. That was literally my first run. I got that phone one where I was on top of the thing looking down at Stanley. That was the phone one.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I've done that one.
The lights rose on an enormous room.
Oh, actually, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it didn't do
Horrible
credits.
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Maybe the Freedom ending didn't have credits. I can't remember now. I think you were watching, weren't you? But there was another ending where it wasn't credits in a sense, but it was credits on the wall.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to
Oh, you were there?
a screen.
Did that have credits? I can't remember.
Eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Now, I do remember,
This mind
if I press
control
off,
facility, it was too horrible to believe it couldn't
I
be
haven't done
true.
an Easter egg.
Had Stanley really been
I've had a
listening
different
to
narrator.
all this time?
Is that an Easter egg?
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Well, when I was doing the
He
bomb.
refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
Oh, stop there. Oh,
In
fuck.
someone else's control.
I'll do that. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll do that next time.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
I'll do it next time.
Had he spent his entire life utterly blind to the world.
No, but I'm 100% sure if I turn the machine off, the
The heart
door,
of the operation.
that door on the left, right in front of me, turns on?
or sad, or content.
Who opens?
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Bro, you...
He would dismantle the controls once and for all.
You must be able to defuse this bomb. Like, what are all these buttons then? You have to. Well, there's something else there that you gotta unlock. I'm turning this off again. If you keep pressing the button, it just sounds like a typewriter. Bang!
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved,
okay.
And you tried to take control of the machine for yourself, is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation.
Oh, the
system.
buttons are there to confuse me.
This machine
Yeah,
is
right.
activated without proper DNA identification. Nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right.
Nah, surely you can get this.
I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground.
So you can't go out that door. Why couldn't I go out that door?
Or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. Only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley.
Oh, did you look it up?
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is
Fuck!
it no idea where you're going or what you're...
Can I actually go out this door? Or did I stuff
You
up?
just assumed when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it on. I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley?
See if I can turn it off.
Game can be beaten. One. Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity.
It'd be pretty funny if there was a solution, but no one's ever found it over the years.
And Stanley died again. Then Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's
I'm looking at the
30
clock,
seconds
brother.
you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life?
I'm letting
Or
it
will you
go.
let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Bang. I swear I've done everything now. In the main section.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What else have I missed? There's... No, there's a different ending. If I go back to the up here,
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to
from what I remember, I'm gonna try and redo that last thing I
Perhaps he
did.
wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I remember if I once I unplugged this phone, it opened up like a different
Stanley
boss
stood
room or
back,
something.
Following directions. It's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Yeah, no, I definitely picked up the phone.
Someone you've forgotten.
And it took us to that place where you had to press the buttons and shit.
Stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for, this is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice.
Yeah.
How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see...
You're not you.
I can't believe it. Why had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any
Ryu!
you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
Well, I've heard this one
Used
before.
incorrectly can also be the most dangerous.
Yeah, I've done
In
the
this
phone
scenario,
one where I
a
answered the phone.
hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice.
I've
He
dropped
can
down
build a
from the
machine
thing
to
onto the
eliminate
ledge.
food
I've dropped down
shortages
and
across the
died.
world to make life better for all people. Or
I've
he
gone
could
through all
spend
his
years
things.
of
I've done the
hard work
glitch
forgetting how to
ending.
read. Which choice would you make?
I've done a fair
Remember
few
that
endings
unlike
actually.
here,
I probably have
real
finished the
world
proper
makes
game
sense,
properly.
And at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying,
Yeah, sort of, yeah.
"Is it 4:30?
But
I'm
one-
supposed to be having a back sack and
The
crack."
window. No, I haven't done the window. Alright, let me try and figure out the window now that you've said that. I haven't done the window.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make
Hey
more
Marins,
than
I tried the DLC already. I walked
If you
through
begin
it,
to
but
wonder if your
I got
choices
to
are
one
actually
ending.
meaningful, And whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside.
With the new content, I just want to make sure. So you got the base game, but then you go through the new content door. Is that where there's 22 more new endings? Yeah, the sign where it says new content. Yeah, I went through there once already. But then once I did that once, I died, and then I came back. Now I'm doing the base shit again. So is the new endings completely through that door, or have they added it to the base game?
At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate
Okay.
But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Few ciggy butts, brah. Having a few ciggies. Have you gotten the bucket? No, I haven't gotten the bucket. Oh god, there's more I've missed out on.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all.
Alright, so there's more I'm missing out on.
Before the narrative contradiction
There's the window and there's the bucket.
Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Yeah, I'm way too familiar with the forklift room. That's what I do for a living. I drive fucking forklift. Oh, the bucket is part of the new news story. Okay. So you go through the door, you do the new content, and then when you start back up in here, it's all reset with new shit. Is that what you're saying?
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task.
Marins, have you
lead and you'll be fine.
Have you done the DLC for this?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Is this how I did the other
There was
room?
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It is, yeah. Yeah, see, now it's a different office. Yeah.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely
Oh, so you can't actually activate this thing.
And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115.
Night Shark 115.
Code to open the door. Would it still work? There was only one way to find out.
So you can't actually activate this
Trained
thing.
Never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. Oh, because you can't speak. Okay, so this is that ending. Alright, fair enough then. Okay.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Night Shark 115! It'd be pretty cool if it did like a thing. Yeah, it doesn't do voice recognition.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
yeah, I
You
figured
didn't
that.
mishear me, did you? Please speak the code.
Oh, begin the game again. Ah, that's good. Okay, cool. I didn't realise that. Yeah, because otherwise I'd have to wait around for that shit to happen again. Okay, you said something about a window.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
What's the window? The broom closet scenario? Oh, fucking hell. There's heaps more to this than what I thought. Yeah, get yourself a glass of mango punch, bro, and add a little bit of vodka to it.
No matter how hard
You made me have a full-on gulp of tequila, okay? I had a whole freaking gulp of tequila. Oh, hello. Can I import any more? Right, new content, let's do it.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Yeah, I could only imagine he probably does say something. He's got something to say about everything. No, he didn't have anything to say about that one. Who played? Oh, you don't touch alcohol. Yeah, fair enough. Remember the days,
You see,
anything
Stanley,
with
I've been reflecting on the
taking the
Stanley Parable
figures within
and
the
about
rules.
how
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh shit!
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Oh, so basically this DLC is Stanley Parable 2.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Yeah, so this must definitely be like Stanley Parable 2, basically. Yeah, game within a game. That's exactly what this is. This is a whole new fucking section. Cool. Fucking oath.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Really? Can I get on the bus? Let me on the bus! I wish to leave. Fucking hell, they're really tooting their own horn with this one, aren't they? Stanley Parable 2.
Go on, try out some of the new features.
Oh, here we go. Here's the bucket everyone's been talking about. Oh, there's heaps of different options. Hear your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Sorry, just sending a quick message. Sending a quick message. Well, this button lets you choose your name. They're not going to let me change the name of Stanley.
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim,
Alright.
falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
I don't feel like Jim. No, I'm not pressing it. Okay, I'm pressing it.
Jim. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again. Jim. Oh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Validation? Oh, fuck that, I want to be Jim again.
Jim. Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Oh. Ah, because I'm Stanley, brother!
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature. You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh,
Not
wait.
Jim!
You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle. Oh well.
Oh,
I
fuck.
suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Free new achievement.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever and... Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel, to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Yeah, no, Ryu, yeah, 100%. Yeah, once a month or something, yeah, for sure. Because that was good, man, that was good. Just listening to different music and stuff. The only issue is, like, that one got
exhibits haven't we seen yet?
That one got flagged heaps bad. I played, but for good reason. Like I was playing music that wasn't copyrighted or whatever. Oh shit! Hey, look at this thing.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
That's me collecting platinum trophies, bro. Yes, I'm gonna go get the collectible. One out of 6. So they must be making Stanley Parable too. Collect them all.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
So is that the bucket you guys are talking about? Should I go? I'll go in there next. After I check out that's new.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not earning any money anyway, so that's why I got... So this is the bucket thing? Alright, let's do the bucket, baby!
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
So sorry, yeah. Marins, is that what you're saying? This is Stanley Parable 2? That's exactly what this is. Within the game. They just never announced it like that.
You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair.
Oh, okay, it's a
is already
preview.
Sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Alright, well I got the bucket now.
To Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Oh, 100%. I want to get to what that infinite hole is. It just works. What's that fucking Todd Howard? It just works.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Oh, I don't know. I might lose my bucket. So say Geronimo! Say Geronimo!
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
No.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
I don't want to listen to him because maybe there's something down here.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Can I stay down here? Alright guys, that was Stanley Parable. It was a fantastic game. I had a really good time. I'm just going to stay down in this hole and look after myself down here. I've got my bucket. I'm ready to scoop things up, like this paperwork here and these cigarette butts. Oh, actually, you know what? I could probably use those cigarette butts and make a new ciggy, but unfortunately I'm down the infinite hole and I don't have a lighter on me. So that sucks. But next time we'll meet you right at the surface!
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you.
Again!
You like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Yeah, 100% it did.
I feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before.
I certainly fucking did.
Admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
One more time. One more time.
Positively.
Ooh.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole.
Celebrate and dance with me.
Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Well, now he wants me to go down the hole.
There it is. The shame of my... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge?
Who am I to
Do
judge?
whatever it is you're here to do, and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
No, it's not working. The teleport button's not working.
Working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing?
No.
Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Oh, fuck. Use the bucket. Put the bucket on the ground and step on top. Music. Things are getting heated. Oh, we're going down now. Further down into the infinite hole. Look at Stanley! Look at him! Fuck, he's got a good nose. Oh, far out. Look at him. He's stoked, bro. He's happy as to get out of this situation. Look at him. Alright. I'll do it to the music. Can fully change the music and shoot over as well. Oh! Get fucked. That's the best perspective. I've been to Egypt.
Stanley? 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 Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there. Drifting
Oh, that was good as.
But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle pip.
Are we going back? Are we going back into the Oh! Oh! Is it an ending?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
There is an upstairs area. The infinite hole was fucking sick. Damn it. So that was one of them. Oh no, what do I do now? What can I do now? I'm gonna go back to the infinite hole and see if anything happens that's different. Oh, wait a minute, I haven't been in here.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy 12th birthday, stepniece. That's heaps funnier.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get well someday.
Motherfucker.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh, he's changed the name of the hole. It's mostly infinite now. Oh, all the balloons are in the photos. Get well someday. Does it say it up there? Mostly infinite hole. Alright, I'm going back to the infinite hole. Am I missing something, or am I on the right track? Nah, actually, maybe don't tell me. Nah, do tell me. Well, maybe I can't get in there. Oh, we can't go back to the mostly infinite hole. Oh no, he looks upset. Stanley. Ah, the exit's over here. Ah, we've been through... I think we've seen everything.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yeah.
Ready to move on now?
Yeah. I certainly am.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
This is pretty cool. Get fucked. This is pretty cool, man. What the fuck? Alright, give me 1 second. I'm just going to quickly go make some popcorn because I'm a bit hungry. Oh, so you fully do start the sequel. Holy shit, what the fuck? That's so cool. That's so well done, man. Like, fuck, whatever game does that. The DLC is the fucking sequel. What the fuck? I'm highly impressed. I'm impressed. All right, let's begin the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
This is fucking
Stanley
heaps
worked
cool.
for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
It definitely would affect sales, but what a cool way to do it, man. It's just DLC, but it's actually number 2.
The moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Here we go, baby. Oh, the balloons are up! The balloons are up!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Bucket!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I could have went the other way.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Yeah, we're doing the bucket run. It's the bucket run.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait. Now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends, that your relationship is purely superficial and convenient, that your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner. Well, I've never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
All hail the bucket, our Lord and Saviour!
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
So I can't actually do anything else in here? I just got my sticker on here.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? That it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
So, yeah, I see what you mean now, Marins, where things slightly changed. Does that mean every option that's available will be different now? But we can open up doors now. Collectible!
Found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You
Yes!
can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley.
Oh, I feel fucking good, don't you worry.
So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
So is this legitimately Stanley Parable number 2 now? That's fucking awesome if it is. Ah, okay. So if I've got the bucket now, you can redo everything and it'll have different outcomes. That's pretty cool.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover...
Do you mean this? The sequel is now paused. Oh, yeah.
not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
It's still the same number. I thought it might have been a bit different.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by...
I don't think it is Stanley 1.5. I think it's a Stanley Parable number 2.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes,
That's exactly what this
certainly
is.
the most logical explanation.
Hey!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about...
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right, you're right.
What about Stanlerine?
Yeah, they would have done the graphics up and all that kind of
Another
stuff.
Stanlerine under your belt.
Yeah. No, I get ya. Bullshit, there's going to be something when you get all the figurines. I don't know why. No, they're telling me it's not. No, but also he lies, so fuck him.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket, soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley.
Oh, this is new?
Everything will be fine.
This is new? Is it? No, it's not.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
So there's different endings for everything now. If I go through this with my bucket... We'll do the main one. And then we'll come back through with our bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Everything I do with the bucket is different. Okay, cool. Yeah, alright. So we'll do some of the regular ones.
The monitors jumped.
And then we'll go back over.
Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Okay.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
I'm not getting on. Now wait 1 minute. I probably have to wait for it to pop back out again. High resolution secret text. Secret, super secret bros. Secrets. Secret mode engaged. Secret rooms 2014. Oh baby! It's not bad actually, it's got like a good beat to it. Is that everything? Have I got it all, Marins?
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point,
That was good.
he just knew it, except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Should I take down the system or should I fucking turn it on? Because now there's going to be different endings.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Alright, let's try the regular one and then we'll go back. Oh no! Your message came through just that little bit too late.
The bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the
bit of stream delay
to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. Well, wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it.
No!
He would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Oh, I restarted. Oh, Reed, did you get a prank call? Did ya?
Co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed him. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Alright, well, I got my bucket now. Let's start fucking around with this. I'm going through the right door.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket.
Yeah, what a sad ending. The bucket is too comforting.
Lounge was simply the place to be.
No good at all, unfortunately.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. how insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was
The bucket was wrong.
Stanley put the door on his mouth to go back.
No, but I'm not.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Should I go answer the phone or should I go onto the
Now
ramp?
ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
I'm gonna answer the phone.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
It's alright. We've got plenty of run throughs to do, so we'll get there eventually.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the...
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Where's my bucket? Oh, there he is. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press up to take me with you to work.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Yeah, fair enough. Someone prank called a cop to what I assume was a random address that happened to be my address. What the fuck? That's random as. Oh, here he is. Now Bucket's back. Bucket's back. Bucket wants to go back home. Take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Bucket? Bucket! They're on your shit list. No good. Oh, was the bucket there the whole time? Did I just miss that? Let's get back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Doesn't have to be a liquid, it can be a solid. You can transfer dirt over in a bucket. Don't listen to the loud man. Press Y for us to go back home.
You see,
Sam.
he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
No, that's on my bucket. Where is Bucket? Bucket's on the... He wasn't there before. It appears randomly. Yes, it can hold sand, but sand is coarse and it gets everywhere. Ignore everyone in your life except for me!
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. from now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
So, all those other things that we experienced in that expo room, we're going to eventually experience in this game. Because I want that floor thing where you were changing shit down and you were changing the music and stuff. That was fucking cool.
Oh my god, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Go to work, to work. Go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket.
Oh no.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket?
Oh god, we've got candles up!
Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand.
Yes, we love the bucket.
The bucket. This would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Fuck that, we've got the bucket in the bedroom. Let's go have some fun with the bucket. Is he on the bed? Oh! Woo! Bucket in the bed, candles are lit. Let's fucking do this. Oh my god. Close the door. Let me get a glass of wine ready quickly. Pretend, okay. Fridge opens. Put the glass down, pour in a glass of wine. Okay, it's in my hand. I'm walking in, I'm drinking. Here we go. Oh, hello, darling. How are you? How you doing, baby? Now, you feeling good? You feeling great? Oh my god, the bucket, the pan. Do you reckon I'm gonna call it she now because I understand the bucket's above me. Do you reckon the bucket is upset with the pan holding a couple of candles? I don't know. It's not really about her, is it?
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Oh, is that one of the ends? That's one of the endings. I think we fell in love with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away.
We fell in love with the bucket! That's alright.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm going to the door on my right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
So basically you do all the same endings as the last game, but with the bucket.
Yes, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Alright.
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
I'm gonna drop
Good,
down here.
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Yeah, I'm doing what the bucket asked me.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
Yeah, I did.
This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Yeah, Marins, I definitely did, yeah. I definitely did drop down. Step in there for a moment.
Now,
Oh, we're putting on a fucking sexy show!
Scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
So I got that right.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Alright, well, I'm doing it right so far, apparently.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Yeah. Yes! I love the bucket!
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. This is a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
You looked up all the endings, so yeah, no, I've got to be with the bucket.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
No.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Ah. Well, you motherfucker, I answered, didn't I?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Oh, it's my bucket. It is a bucket.
Okay,
Oh, no.
You and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Everything's a drum. Everything's a drum. I think everything is a bucket. Because if you think about our reality...
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost...
Oh, Aika!
sense
Yeah,
of
no
perspective.
worries. Thank you for
What
tuning
is a
in.
bucket?
It was
Isn't a bucket mere moments ago?
an absolute pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much for tuning in. I'll see you next time, yeah?
I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry, but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Ah!
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Fucking you!
God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person.
A bucket.
All right, here we go.
The end is never the end. This is the end. My only friend. The end. Holy shit.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Let me just quickly message my father. This is the end, my only friend, the end. So we're gonna get some milk and shit. Alright, let's pick up our bucket.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm going for the one on the right because there's that door on the
This was
left.
not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
The bucket was
Stanley opened
wrong.
the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
This is the end.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Oh, what the fuck?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
The end is never the end, the end is never the end, the end is never
Look at that
the
wagon
end.
line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music
The end
as
is
well.
never the end, is never the end, is never the end. We are in the sequel, and there's things going
Now,
on.
This is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
No. Not my bucket. My friends, the end. This is the end.
Don't you get it,
My
Stanley?
only
We need to get rid of the
friend,
bucket.
the end.
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No!
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly.
I'm gonna do it!
What sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this? Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classics.
I can't do it.
Characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and... Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spell-binding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend.
Bucket Destroyer.
That you were here. You were magnificent.
Is Bucket Destroyer just been destroyed? Yes, alright, that's another one. Oh, Marins, what are you talking about with the window?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Yeah, he set off a fucking hectic flashbang, eh?
Tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, fuck! Okay. I'll do that next. I've only found 3 of them.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
This seems like the same one.
Bucket in his arms.
Oh, the bucket.
Am I crazy?
Okay.
He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the runes were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Is there going to be a bucket on the street this time around?
On a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security.
She's got the bucket in her fucking handgun.
Her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself.
Heck yes!
Kicks ass. And she backfired.
I'm going to watch Doctor Strange 2 tonight. That's something I'm doing. I'm fucking so keen, man. I haven't... If any of you have seen it, please do not say anything. Please. But yeah, no, I'm going to see Doctor Strange 2 tonight.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had the good old bucket.
Go back to the first office, you reckon?
Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing in the office. Nothing responded to the bucket's touch. Stanley clung the bucket to his cheek. Could his co-workers really all be gone?
Who farted? No, you haven't seen it? Yeah, nah, fair enough. You said go back to the first office room. The first room with the windows. Oh, these ones. Oh, with the white windows.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein, of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No, said the bucket. Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machination. The sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket.
Oh,
Thank
no.
God we already had all 12 emblems of sages and more potions to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
So can you do that without the bucket? I'm gonna try, because I didn't do that anymore.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, very old, and was quite
Particularly kindly.
What
Stanley, like most, was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. Did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain has done its production.
Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible.
Is this what you want me to restart this? You fucking... This is more convincing than anything.
You too
No.
will become quite unbearable.
Yeah, what unbearable. Oh, does it just keep replaying now?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled.
Anywhere they went together would be... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What haven't I done? Oh, I didn't unhook the telephone. I'm
This
gonna
was
unhook
not
it.
the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left.
Fuck, it's a lot of dialogue, bro. That, like, this guy would have had to sit there and record for ages.
No, said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about it.
Oh, it didn't. Yeah, you're right.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinking...
Because there's two different things. When I unplug the phone, I can go back, and I can continue through to that section where it kills me where the speaker is, or I can continue to go through the right door and fuck up the system.
He did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously.
Yep. And all the escape paths. You're exactly right.
Things. Buckets can't talk.
It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
It's going to be different.
Comedic timing. What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete,
oh, there's heaps more? Okay, cool.
Humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and will very likely die in a...
Oh, this is the alien thing they were talking about!
All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us. And
this is the alien thing they were talking about.
Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
That's the alien invasion thing they were talking about. That's pretty funny.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
I'm gonna go through the thing. Oh yeah, I lost my bucket sticker. The sticker that tells it it's a bucket.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
I'm gonna try and stream as much as I can. I'll probably play this for another half an hour, 45 minutes, and then we'll try and play Silent Hill. Go back to Silent Hill number 2. But I'm not struggling to find the endings. That's the difference, because that's why I'm enjoying it. If I was struggling to find the endings...
You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No, what's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land, or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
No!
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Ah!
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. What?
Nah, it's the same. That's the same reaction.
No. Here we go. You ready?
That was the same reaction.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
What?
Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Oh, what the fuck?
Stanley.
Oh no! Yeah, it did to the end.
It's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it a dream? Pale with shame. Pale with shame.
Begins the game again.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Alright. So we'll go back down to the other room. We'll go through the escape room.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
That's where all the collectibles are.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I did go downstairs already. And I did get that one. Alright, we'll check it out.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
And the bucket knew.
This is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright, we're gonna go down the escape room now. No,
Walked straight ahead through the
when we're done with this, Ryu will do that for sure.
This passageway had the word escape written on it. The truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Let's find out, eh?
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
The end is never the end is never the end. I think there's two more endings that I want to try out.
Word into motion, and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise. Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. Sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death. It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket welcomes you to the grand expedition. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within a carnivorous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and sustainable. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn out here out into the real world? Will you accept with an open mind that may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
The bucket?
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket. But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't stop the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Dun dun dun! Bucket. Bucket this.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
And went through the door on his left. And entered the door on his left. There will be a reward for finding them all. They're fucking
Going to a
bullshitting.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the
Alright,
bucket-
now we're going to turn the
Was the
machine
bucket
off.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Wait, Ryu, did you see the disco room? I don't think you saw the disco room. I'll show you the disco room.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Television!
What secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life.
Oh, you did see the
Stanley
disco
dropped the
room.
bucket
Okay,
and
yeah,
shook.
sweet.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Well, then I don't need to show you the disco room.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket
What does that
want to
do?
or not?
Marins, what does the button thing do?
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
We'll go turn the machine
He
off.
screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Never!
Bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Oh, it's another ending. Oh, fuck, alright. Alright, we got another ending. A crouch jump.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
The bucket fucked around, bro.
To throw the bucket away in disgust, when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
What the fuck?
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
That's one of the ends. This is the end, my only friend. Alright, Marins, what else do I have, bro? So I'll go do the
Stanley
jump
knew the
thing.
office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others,
You can
wherever they were.
Also do
Just
the
a matter
crouch
of
jump
time.
trick on the light button desk. So that's back where the first... Oh shit, I need to get
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
You can get
to
onto
his
the
chest
floor of the
and
room.
onto the
Okay.
door on his left.
Let's see how we go here. Is there anything else I'm missing? Or what about the collectibles? Is there actually something at the collectible end?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yes, it's the only thing that makes sense. This is the end, my only friend, the end.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
What are you talking about? Down here?
But just as Stanley was about to proceed
Oh.
further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below. Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. Now, what to do next, Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed. It really wasn't so bad down here, a bit cold perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well.
We've been alive.
For when the bucket was craving paninis. But it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all. He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path. It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on.
Dun dun
The two of them
dun.
waited for a very long time.
That's another one of the endings. Alright, Marins. What else do I have left? Or have I done it all? I can't think of any other possible endings. Have I done them all? Because I've done the ones where I walked through, I did that. I've done the one where I ended up on the roof. I walked through, I did everything there. I'm just trying to think about it in my head. I'm pretty sure that's it, man. No, I haven't done that. I haven't done the vent system.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just luck? Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket.
Where's the vent system then?
Lucky fellow. Very lucky.
Fuck. And okay, I need to find the vent system. It's probably like a thing. Where's the vent system then? Check the whiteboard in the meeting room and the vent system. Where's the vent
Stanley
system?
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Are you talking about the collectibles?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Alright, I've still got 2 more to find. 2 more to find. Oh shit, I see, I never even went this way without a bucket. What's the narrator?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
Oh, what the fuck? Okay. So now I'm gonna try and find all the collectibles. I've got two more to get. Two more to get. Oh, I'll go to the
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
That's the name of the wizard that cursed the bucket. Oh, fuck off. That's so funny. Somewhere both red and blue. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Oh, there's stairs up here. Here.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
Have I gone through here? Oh yeah, no, I've done this with the bucket. Alright. Now there's one more bucket. Red and blue. Where was red and blue? Red and blue. Red and blue. Red and blue. The red and blue doors. There was a red and blue door. Fuck, where was the red and blue door? Ah, where was the red and blue door? It was the red and blue door. There was a red and blue door. Fuck, which path was that down?
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers.
I'm pretty sure that's where I...
They'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh? Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive.
I'm pretty sure the red and blue door was when I dropped
This was
down.
not the correct way to the meeting room.
But I thought I did that
Stanley
already.
felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, no.
Oh, no bucket. Ah, fuck.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
That's alright, I can just fall off and die.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
So no bucket now, okay. Doing things without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Catwalk below the cargo lift.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay!
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing...
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
Difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Hey!
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
So what do I do now?
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Marins, have I done...
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. Oh, thank God, you are willing.
No, I want to restart it and go back to the lunchroom now that I've done it all. There's something. There's going to be something.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figlets. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay, cool.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
The warehouse? The boss's office is where where I just found that one. The warehouse.
No. The warehouse was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised.
Fuck!
Things like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they?
Yeah.
If the warehouse feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened. This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was under the stairs. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
You found it! By the narrator.
takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Let's go, baby!
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Doesn't matter which door I go through.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Ah, that's it. Got all the collectibles.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay. We'll do the opposite side, memories of past.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
Fuck, do I need to collect them again? I walked right past that other one. Oh no!
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
I walked past that fucking other one.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Fuck, I missed that last one. We're gonna go back. We're going back through the memory room. Once this finishes, I'm playing Silent Hill.
The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Collectibles room.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Through both doors.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was...
I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then, somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling this story so very much.
What?
Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Is this like a restart? Is that a restart, or is there something else at the end of this?
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Oh, so there's no more. Alright, well I think I've fucking done everything in this. Majority of it. If there's any little ones, then I've definitely missed them. Oh, well. That's okay. Well then. Everybody, that was the Stanley Parable Deluxe Edition! And that was a good game. I fucking enjoyed that. That was thoroughly entertaining. But what we're going to do now... Oh, there's a bunch more. Well, maybe I'll play that in my off time, but fuck, I've been playing this for 5 hours now. I've been playing this for 5 hours. Yeah, Ultra Deluxe, 100%. I've been playing this for 5 hours now, but I'm keen on playing a little bit of Silent Hill. So, I'm going to end this stream. Oh, you got to head to work anyway. Yeah, fair enough, Marians, fair enough. Well, I'm going to end this stream, and then I'm going to boot it up again, and then we're going to be playing Silent Hill 2. Alright, Marians, enjoy work, my friend. Ryu, I'll see you back in a second, and I'll watch that Whisper in between this, okay? Alright, everyone, have a fantastic time. Marians, keep an eye out on that Discord, because that'll be when you know that I'm streaming or whatever, so that's when I like to fucking put everything up there. Alright, guys, yeah, I'll be back in 1 second. I'll reboot it up. Don't worry. Bye!